The world outside feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds the same old view, wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calm and fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the names, ignites community flames. If someone's down or feeling lost, he counts the gain, ignores the cost, shares a story kind and true, words of wisdom shining through. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold. It's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With every stream he plays his part, putting encouragement in every heart. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calm and fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. So tune on in, don't delay. Let Rocket Wolf brighten up your day. Yeah, Rocket Wolf, keep shining on. Stream until the break of dawn, or whenever you sign on. Woo! Woo! The world outside feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds the same old view, wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calm Wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have Rocket Wolf here. So tune on in, don't delay. Let Rocket Wolf brighten up your day. Yeah, Rocket Wolf, keep shining on. Stream until the break of dawn or whenever you sign on. Woo! Woo!
And a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good time zone, wherever you're at in the world. It is a Wayback Wednesday here in Australia, the island continent. And it is still a Test Tickles Tuesday in the UK, Europe, and Africa, as well as in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. Hope everyone is doing well. Sorry we had a little bit of delay getting on. For some reason, Steam would not connect to the internet for some odd reason. But we finally got it connected after several restarts, and it decided to auto-connect. And it looks like all is working well now. Hopefully, keeping our fingers crossed. And right, okay, so far it looks like it's all working as advertised. So what's in the news this morning? I don't know if anybody's been watching, but we had a little chat yesterday about the Steam OS, the Steam Machine lottery going live yesterday. So you can go to the Steam Machine website and register to reserve or at least get into the lottery for your first Steam Machine, starting at around $1,050 US. At the same time, which we didn't talk about, was the fact that SteamOS version 3.8 was also released yesterday at the same time. And if you're not interested in the Steam Machine of your own, which is a Linux-based operating system computer, you can now download and install SteamOS 3.8 on your own PC, and you can use the SteamOS that way. However, this only applies to people with an AMD GPU. So if you've got NVIDIA, sorry guys, you're out of luck. It's only going to work for people with an AMD GPU, probably in the RX 6000 or RX 7000 series of GPUs. So happy days for AMD. Check it out if you're in luck. Otherwise, if you're on NVIDIA, sorry, you gotta wait. Who knows how long it's going to wait, but they just haven't incorporated support for NVIDIA GPUs yet on the Steam OS. And good morning, Mass Bandit. Thank you very much for the redeem. Hope you're doing well.
Good morning, Rocket. I am exhausted today.
Oh, no.
I was energized after my stream, but then I had to do some errands and I got exhausted. Had to go to the pharmacy and the grocery store, and I waited 10 minutes at the deli without being helped, and I was the only person in line. And then I waited 10 minutes at the meat counter to be helped. Again, only person in line.
Oh, my
no
God.
employees visible. And
Oh, my
I
God.
just was like, this is why I don't shop at your store.
Yeah, what's wrong with
on a
humanity
regular
anymore?
basis.
Oh, you know, that's the kind of thing I
usually
see in
drive to
Australia.
the one that's a little further away.
Yeah. I see that in Australia more than I've ever seen it in the US. And that is walking into a store and, like, say, well, I'll give you an example, Harvey Norman, which is an electronics homewares department store. You go into I went into a Harvey Norman and there was literally nobody, no employees visible, none anywhere. And it's like, wait a minute, how do you run a business when you have no sales staff out on the floor? You got nobody at the cash registers. What's to stop people from just grabbing stuff and walking right out? I mean, seriously, how do you run a profitable business like that? Not to mention the fact that your customer relations suffers, horribly because it tanks. Because customers, generally, they're going into shop. But even if they don't want to be bothered by sales staff, at least they want to see a wave and a hi and see that the store is actively being operated. But when you just have stuff sitting there on the shelf and nobody's around to help you or answer your questions, it's like, what? It's crazy. I first ran into that here in Australia. I hadn't seen that in the U.S., but an entire store where there's nobody, no staff whatsoever. It blew my mind. I was like,
I
impossible.
don't know where they were hiding. They are always supposed to have a minimum of 2 people staffed. They generally staff 3.
Right.
That way, if somebody calls in, they still have 2 and can cover breaks.
There you go. That's right. That's right.
But
when they're gone,
they were nowhere to be seen at the deli.
Right.
They came from one of the back rooms. The guy from the meat counter, who really instilled me with some great vibes when he finally did show up, was out cleaning the meat racks. And I asked for some perch, and he went to the red meat counter.
Maybe he was confused, I'd say.
Just slightly.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. That's crazy. Good morning or good evening, Hunter.
That's why I don't shop at that store on a regular basis, even though it's across the street.
That's right. Bicycles, that's an absolutely perfect way to lose customers. 100%. How is Mr. Hunter doing today? Oops, that's the wrong button, mate. This is the right button. I have been having such a hard time thinking this out in my mind. So we're going to have a distribution center in our Satisfactory game. And the one hurdle, the one challenge I am struggling over is the fact that we know that the warehouse is going to get saturated, which is fine, and it can stay that way. But the thing is uh-oh, trip to Costco. Oh no, not a good sign. I'm struggling over the fact that the distribution center is eventually going to become saturated with product, which is absolutely what we want. But I have to be able to park trains when the distribution center is full, and I don't want a single drop point for the distribution center because then I'll have trains lined up in queue behind it, just waiting to drop off parts. And some of those parts from the distribution center may be needed at factories, and they can't get delivered because the train's parked in queue. So, oh, your trip to Costco wasn't as eventful. Okay, well, that's good. Costco is a subsidiary of Walmart, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Nice, big, wide open stores, and you don't have to bash into other shoppers, trolleys or carts or whatever. Hang on, okay, so now let's, now I gotta know for sure. Hang on. I
was pretty sure they were. Oh, that would be Sam's Club. You're right, Hunter.
Sam's Club that's the one. That's the one.
I got them confused. I knew there was one that was.
Costco's independent, if I'm not mistaken. It's a membership shop, just like Sam's Club is.
Yeah, that's probably what confused me.
But
Don't have room to store bulk stuff, so.
right, that's right. That's right. Sam's Club and Costco are bulk purchase stores, but huge shopping areas. I'm not sure, but I think Walmart, which used to advertise American-made products, are almost no American-made products left. I think they've gone almost completely
95% Chinese.
Chinese. Yep. Costco, on the other hand, I'm not sure. I think they're more local production and manufacturing, if I'm not mistaken. Race to the bottom. That's right. That's right. Oh my God. Oh my God. Where did that come from? There's a first.
That's cool.
Check that out, guys. An actual rainbow in the game. Hey, Mr. Dragon. No, I don't support the Walton family
hi
either.
To Hunter, and so hi Hunter, hi Dragon.
Look at that.
It's pretty cool.
I wonder if there's a pot of gold in the game somewhere at the end of that rainbow. Hey, Mr. Dragon, how are you doing, mate? Oh, hang on. Let's get a big, hang on a second. There we go. Yeah, I wonder if there is a pot of Caterium at the end of the rainbow. There we go. How's Mr. Dragon doing this evening? You're certainly welcome.
I was guessing that was about what our temperature was. Lovely day here.
Nice. 76 ain't too shabby. We're experiencing an El Nino here in Australia. All right, so distribution center. So it's going to be big. So I'm going to need a flat, wide area for it, which I was thinking here in the northern desert might be a good place for it. But again, it's going to get saturated, so I'm going to have individual parking for the trains so that if they can't unload, they're not going to hold up other trains that do need to unload. Almost ready to rock it. That's awesome. Yeah, we're definitely feeling it here in Australia. I mean, it's winter. I mean, we're hitting 80, 82 degrees in the afternoon, which is not too atypical. In the winter, we usually hover around 75, but it is significantly warmer.
I could use winters at 75, just the summer stayed at 75.
Yeah, there you go. Made your base with storage at its core, and overflow is going to sink. Right, so the distribution center is kind of the all parts warehouse, you know, so we have the warehouse for all the ingots. And those can get delivered to all the factories for making the parts. The making of the parts are going to go to the distribution center because the making of the parts are going to be used for the making of other parts. So we're going to set up all of the basic factories for rods, screws, plates, frames, reinforced plates, steel beams or beams, pipes. Those are all our basic parts that are going to go to the distribution center. And there's going to be a stockpile of those available all the time for the making of all the other advanced parts. And that distribution center, I want to see how far out. Oh, the map edge actually does not let us go very far out over the water on this end of the map. That was a thought in my mind last night, but I didn't realize how little map goes out over the water on this side. So yeah. Oh yeah, heat waves in Europe. I saw that this morning on the news, Dragon. They were talking about yeah. Heat.
I heard it's supposed to get up to 40 in London.
Right, exactly.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, this zone is not very good for a distribution center. We might get a little bit over the water here, but that's kind of an option. That might be an option down here, because I think the edge of the map does drop straight until there's an eventual 45-degree cut here. But anyway, thanks, Dragon. Oh, she's on her way to France. Oh no. Heading to the heat wave. Hunting for HCDs suck. The scanner keeps pointing to empty places. Yeah. That does kind of suck, doesn't it? Not pointing to any out this way. There is one, Hunter. We can kind of work around that bug a little bit and just keep each other informed, but if you look along the rail that goes all the way to the west end of the map, just past that little group of spires, there's a ledge above the rail that has a crash site in it. It's about... in this channel right here, you see these spires crossing. Right up on one of these edges is a crash site, and you can use the rail electricity and your hover pack to get up to those. It should reach it just fine because it's very close. I think it is a multi-thing, Dragon. I'm not sure 100%. I heard a lot of people complain about it, the scanner showing items that don't exist there, but I don't know if they were talking about multiplayer games or not. There are definitely still quite a lot of bugs in multiplayer. If you got it, the wreckage is still there. So if you got that one, go ahead and clear that wreckage if it's actually truly empty. I saw it yesterday. Hang on. Actually, I might be able to get there from here. Let's get that lined up here. Let's go take a look-see. So I was pretty sure... There you can see I've got the rail stretched out to the west end of the map there. And there's a ledge right there. That's an ore. It's a little further down. I would drop a train down, but it's very close to here. Oh, it's behind me a bit? Is it up there? It was on the southern edge somewhere. It's in the poison. Oh. There it is. Is that, no, that's not it. That's quartz. That's not it. It is... Dang if I didn't see it while I was building the rail. And I saw the wreckage. There it is. There it is right there. It's in the bend. Yep. Dragon, good eyes, Dragon. Good eyes. Alright, cool, Hunter. That's it right there, right on the ledge. It keeps popping into rendering and... No, hang on. It was over on the grassy side, dang it. Yeah, this one's already been picked. Okay, it is farther down than I thought about, or that I saw it. Let's do this. Let's throw a, no, that's not going to help. I need to be high up because I saw it from high up as I was building the track. Where the heck was it? I saw it tucked in here, but it was on the very lip. Down. Yeah, I think that's how I spotted it, Dragon. I was quite a bit away. I think it was near those blue squatty up there on that edge. Yep. Hunter got most of it. I thought it was near these blue squatty guys. There was one in there. Hunter got that one for sure. But there was a full-on wreck. I mean, all the debris and everything. There it is right there. There it is. Yeah. That is... Let me see if I can mark it for Hunter. So we're looking in kind of around there. Let's highlight that and see if it, Yep, that's close enough. Alt right mouse button? Oh. I didn't know that was there. Thanks. Thanks, Hunter. Yeah, but that should be it right there. Unless there was another one that I spied. There's the blue stand-up bubblers. Oh no, that's a blue slug. Yep, so I think that's the one that I was seeing. Over the big waterfall? That one over there? Yeah, that waterfall right there, I think. Yep. Yeah, I do see in that one, because I was riding Mothra, and Mothra flew right over that lake at the top side of the waterfall. I don't remember which side I was seeing it, but it was down there. Definitely pickable. But it's, so it's interesting because when I pick a sloop or a sphere and I go back to the detector, they actually are gone from the detector. Hard drives, on the other hand, I think are the bug is just in the hard drives. Gunpowder. I think we got some too. I think we got a touch of gunpowder in the. Yep, we got a bit. Yeah, only HDDs. Yeah. But anyway, we got the rail all the way out to the west, which is good. Yes, the Highline Rail. Oh, I didn't get that one too close. It was pretty close. You can just delete that marker, Hunter, once you get that one. The only tricky part of this rail was right here at this corner to stay locked to the grid and avoid the spire and the rock. But we got just a fraction of clipping on either side, which is not significant. Yeah, I think down at the, of course, that's the swamp, too. I don't want to go into that dark area of the swamp, really. Oops. Wrong way. You tried crafting it manually? Cheers, Dragon. Have a good day, mate. Have a good stream. And by the way, yesterday we were waiting to unlock this recipe. It was actually sitting in the list, and I overlooked it several times. So I just plugged it in. And we're making steel beams. Packed up. Mr. Tiburon, how are you doing, mate? I think I saw you were playing some Satisfactory too. How's that going for you? Oh. God, I was holding on to those. You should be able to make a hazmat for yourself, Hunter. And some filters. Hang loose, full of juice, give enough to... I ain't place it. Oh, really? You have... Oh, you were on Foundry, wasn't it? The place was too spicy.
The Miner Mark III provides top-of-the-line resource extraction potential, making it even easier to contribute to project assembly. Project part number 8, the thermal propulsion rocket, is the most complex project part of this phase as it requires turbo motors, and thus requires your best. Fix it. Didn't think pioneers such as you could get this far. I am glad we have both proven them wrong.
What's this crap? Ada didn't contribute anything to that progress. It was all me and Hunter. What is the difference between an elevator floor stop and a personal elevator? Huh. Oh my God, we do have full frame windows. Oh my God. Oh, look at that. But they still have a frame on the side. Dang it. Right, so we're not going to rush into phase 4. We're not going to do the nuclear right now. So we can just kind of haphazardly, whenever we want, do drones. So we'll just put it in the queue and just kind of leave it for now. All right, so we do have windows we can put on the power plant. This distribution center, dang it. I just want, because it's, once I start it, it's going to stay, because it's going to be a pretty big build. But this area down here is looking a lot like a good candidate. I could build it over the desert, but that's going to conflict with a lot of resource collecting that we're doing. I can't remember how flat the Western Rocky Desert was. I know it's rocky, but I'm not... I can see some elevation. But that's all the way on the west end of the map, too. The red forest is not going to be ideal. That's going to have a lot of terrain, and it's got a pretty big elevation on it. The grasslands, I mean, I've built there before, and it's not very central. I do want to stay somewhat close to the hub, so I think this area out here... Right. West of, yeah, that's, so I think over the water is going to be ideal. A big spider nest? I know there is the king spider cave out this way somewhere, but yeah, no, we're not going to do that. Yeah, because then we'll have spiders crawling all over the distribution center and whatnot. Sorry, Bandit. My brain registered you asked a question, I think. I might have accidentally ignored it.
If I did, I don't remember.
Okay. All right. I might be wrong as well.
I don't think I did.
I reckon spiders only take one chunk out of your health bar at a time, though. Pretty sure. Unless it's the big badass. Yeah, I think this is it right here. So, water concrete, just south of the water concrete, which is right there. Oh, wet concrete. I think I might like that. So it'll be just out there somewhere. That seems to have...
Food is jumping out of my freezer, attacking me.
What is?
Food.
Food. Oh my God, bring it on.
I just opened my freezer to get a ice cream bar out.
And it jumped out at you.
Jumped off the shelf at me.
That's a good ice cream bar.
Take me, take me.
Take me, I'm yours. Come back for more.
It didn't have the flavor I usually get, so I'm trying a new flavor.
Get in my belly, that's right.
I like the Klondike chocolate chip mint. They didn't have any, so I got the Heath.
Oh,
they didn't have dark chocolate either.
Oh, no. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. So, this was the warehouse, so we can erase this. Distribution center can happen one of two ways. So what I was thinking of is coming into the distribution center at a train station, which would unload. And when it unloaded, we would have several programmable splitters, and it would just sort them out and send them. So we'd have probably we'd have several belts connected. And then these would all get sent to storages. However, trains would get queued up here because the speed of one single belt into a sorting line, you know, that can be held up quite a bit. So to me, that's not very efficient because I want all the trains to be delivering and being able to drop off freely into a sorting line. So that means, of course, several train stations. However, what I can't get the trains to do, train schedules or timetables for the trains, you have to tell it a destination. So the only thing I could come up with is naming all of these train stations the same thing, and then the train could pick one that's not in use. But I haven't tested that, so I'm not 100% sure if that'll actually... I don't know if that'll actually happen. Has anybody tried that? Has anybody tried to name several train stations with the exact same name, and then given the trains a timetable into that name and see if they'll choose? We have to test to see if that's going to work. If that works, then I can line up 8 or 10 train stations unloading into the sorter, and that'll be fine. A train won't ever have to wait. It'll just pick an empty station to unload at.
Sounds far too advanced for the programmers to have figured out.
I don't, yeah, see, I don't know, because I know you can name train stations the same name. It doesn't tell you, oh, there's already a station with that name. So it may not be a limitation as far as naming convention goes, but it still might be a little questionable as to whether the trains can differentiate. The problem is they may still line up at the closest, because, you know, the routing is all about the most direct path, the closest path to a destination. It may line up on a station. Oh, no. Yeah, it'll wait, because, you know, we're going to have the signaling there. There will be a stop sign to say that station is occupied. The trains might still wait there because it pathed to that first one. So what I'm thinking is, even with stop signs here at the station and choices of stations to go to, the closest one is the most direct path, and it might path to that one, and then it'll queue up waiting instead of going to the next one. That's the only problem. Oh, you know what? It can't do that either, because even if these stations are all named the same, in the timetable, you have to tell it a station, and regardless of how many are given the same name, the one you pick is the one it's going to go to, even with the same name. So it's got an internal ID number assigned to that asset in the game code when you place a station. That's not going to work. Damn it. Oy. So the only other option...
At least you figured it out before you tried to do it.
Yeah.
Get points for that.
Every asset that's placed in the game has has a code, ID code, for the game to keep track of for autosaves and whatnot. damn. Okay, so the other approach is going to be, and see what I'm trying to avoid is a train station for every single product coming into the distribution center, because on the output side, the outgoing parts, there is going to be a train station for every single part available for all the different factories. I don't want to have that double effort of that many train stations, because there's like 32 or 40 individual products that can be delivered to factories. I don't want 40 on the output side and 40 on the input side. I was wanting to use a sorting line on the input side.
I can see what you want to do. And it makes a lot of sense.
Because, you know, when you think about a real world distribution center, let's say in trucking, there's a distribution center and there's like, you know, 30 or 40 truck bays for semi trucks to pull into and unload their product into the distribution center that's been manufactured. And that gets sorted out to the outgoing side. And there may be multiple different products going to a destination. So all that stuff gets sent to the output side where there's a truck waiting to take it out to that destination, like out to Costco, out to Walmart, out to Sears and Roebuck, you know, all that kind of stuff. So the output side's not so much of a problem because I'm kind of, I'll be restricted to a system on that. It's the input side that I don't want backed up, and I don't want trains waiting when there's empty slots to fill. I guess for now, I'm going to have to find the actual edge of the map out over the water. Radar tower doesn't tell us the edge of the map, does it? It only tells the edge of the map if you go discover it physically, I think. No, radar tower does show the edge of the map. I mean, yeah, it should. All right, we're gonna put a radar tower out in that direction on that finger of land right there. So use a hover pack as far as we've got electricity out to that end of the rail, then we'll just switch to jetpack. We're gonna need power out there. Radar tower takes power. Let's put... Let's just drag a... Can I reach that one? I certainly can. Let's get a tower up here. I'll take zipline. I'll take zipline. Nope. Nope. There we go. Wet concrete out that way. I hate to put it in the water, but it will go in the water. All right, let's get our zippy zip. Zip, zip, zip. I didn't exactly, hold on a second. Oh, it eliminated... No, it didn't. Okay. Dang, I was gonna say, that's just not right. Alright, ladder is facing... Okay. Yep. Oops. Hey. Oopsie. There it is down there on that little finger of land right there. Hopefully we can reach it with a tower. Yep. Looking good. Hopefully the edge of the map goes well off the beaten path there. Now, maybe no, see, my avatar doesn't open up very much at all. So let's go ahead and put a tower radar. What's that considered? Logistics? Organization. Radar. Yes. Okay. That's quite a bit of an expanse. Let's see if I can get another one. Hopefully the water's not too deep. Let's see if we can get another one. Oh, we got an ad break coming up.
Can't they already?
I know, right? That's crazy. Oh boy, that did not reach very far. I'll bet you I'm not going to be able to place this over water. I would assume if I fly on over here past the bauxite, I can get a radar station out there. Because I'm just trying to recall, you know what I could do? Oh my gosh, what a waste of time. Oh, no, Hunter's in the game. I was gonna say, I just pull up my old map from the old save and I could, because it's all completely uncovered and I can see the border of the water. Actually, it's on the web. Hang on. Which, interactive map I think it was. Yep, interactive map. Oh, ads are running. Dang it. Oh, stop that. Yep, zombie. Sorry about that, mate. You pay Bezos tax? All right, we'll be right back. Hang in there. Okay, I'm back. Just a quick short break. Got some more caffeine.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So, all right, what we can look at is this is the actual border of the map. So this is actually a pretty good spot for the distribution center. Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Hey, zombie. Oh, the Bozo tax, right. How's zombie doing today? I don't want to go this far north. I mean, our hub is right here, our home base. It's about the same distance to here, where I've got some of the main railway already built, versus up here, near the power plant, actually. Power plant is fairly close. Oh, let's get this. I don't want to lose the rating for my stream. Foul language. This area next to the power station, actually kind of down here. This is flat down here. That could be doable. There's not a lot of resources to be oh, there is a little bit of elevation on the terrain here, but not horrible. Here's the power station. We could be right next to that with our distribution center. And straight down here will get us to the main rail. If these aren't too tall. Or straight down through here. No, we got some. Oh, that could still be doable too. This would be a better shot right here. That wouldn't be too bad, because that is fairly close to the hub, but it's about the same distance to here. No, here's our hub. This is a shorter distance. Okay, let's investigate. That's a better option, I think. Yeah, I think that could be a better option. Oh, there's a box over here. An HD. Did you know there was one over here, Hunter, on the east side? Is it picked? Is it picked? Is it on the ground? All right, let's see if we can find its source. Right on the top, unless it's right underneath. I don't see it underneath. All right, I'm going to remove it because it looks like I don't see any wreckage anywhere. But yeah. Well, the scanner's going to be unreliable. It's not saying there's anyone nearby, so I'm going to go ahead and remove that marker. I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty confident we got that one. Yep, okay. Whee! Those tall spires over there look like they might be the only obstruction. All right, there's our power plant there. I think this is... Oh, actually, we flew past where I wanted to go, but that looks like it might not be a difficult issue, maybe. I think right in here. There's our power plant right there. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Is that us right there? That's us. Those are all quite low enough to the ground. Perfect. All right, let's double check our locking to the grid. There's some lime right down there. I bet you I'm too far away. Yep. Let's see if we can get close enough. There we go. Okay, locked. And I reckon we're gonna be... Yep, perfect. We are indeed locked to the grid there. Awesome. We might have to move over a touch to get underneath. That looks better right there. Let's double check our clearance. Yep, 3. Perfect. Train can get underneath. We're happy with that. Oh, I think this is going to work out just fabulously. There's our power station right there. So much unobstructed construction. That's what we're looking for. We got this little bitty rocky outcrop, which may or may not be an issue, but let's just take a look. Oh, first it's going to be 2 lanes, so we'll do that, and then check water coming out of there. 1, 2, 3. The bottom of that is about halfway between the second. So let's do this. We might be okay. I believe we're okay. No power, so I can't back up, but Let's place another one right there. Yep, that's actually pretty cool looking. We've got clearance on that second rail. All right, sweetness. Now we're level with the track, and I believe this segment is, it's either 113 or 121. 113. Oops. Excellent. Excellent. Well, we've got a home for our distribution center. All of this space over here, absolutely wide open. And it's close to the hub.
Oh, Rocket, I had tacos for dinner tonight.
Oh, Taco Tuesday! Awesome. You're gonna make me hungry. We might have a little issue negotiating. No, we should be able to negotiate that just fine. Okay, so we are on right-hand drive. How many did you have?
Just one.
I would not be.
That's all I can eat after bariatric surgery.
Right,
One
right.
pushes it.
I'm kind of one of the Lay's potato chips kind of guys. You can't eat just one. I'd have to have 2 or 3.
I would get awfully sick if I tried to do that.
I reckon, yep. Why chance it, right?
The stomach only holds so much, and it violently rebels if I try and put more in it. It was a learning curve about how much I could eat when I was able to eat foods again after I went off the soft food diet.
Right, right. I'm the same, zombie. I can do that with burritos for sure.
Yeah, I do soft tacos. I prefer them to the crunchy. Well, I have trouble with the corn. I've found out that the corn flour does not tend to agree with my system, so I use the white flour taco shell.
Yeah, exactly.
But one is it. I've got lots of leftover stuff to make lots more. I've got the meat in the freezer in snack baggies sized for a taco. So I can just pull it out and heat it up and be ready to go.
That would kind of drive me crazy because it would tease me. It'd get my taste buds going, my appetite going, and then here you go, Rocket, you get one. That would be so horrible for me.
I've lost half my body weight.
Wow.
I mean, I am down. I'm still considered obese, but I'm down under 40 BMI, and I am not considered grossly obese. I mean, I'm down from 350 pounds to between 175 and 200.
Oh, that's
I've
nice.
gotten down to 165, but I didn't stay there.
Right, right.
My body tends to like 175, and that's where I tend to be hovering.
I should be able to get away with one more. That should get away with it. I think one tile still clears the edge without clipping, so that should be sufficient. One, two, that's not close enough. Or that is actually too close. Can I do a can I please have, see, that clips a little bit. I mean, I don't mind it clipping the arch, but the fact that, oh, maybe the rail will sit above that. The rail will sit above that. Let's bring it back one more. A doggo cave? What? Really? Full of doggos? That should be okay. That should be okay. Oh, dang it. No. Yeah, we can do that. It doesn't have to be immediate join. Don't want it. Oh, I don't have to. One, two, three. Oh, that was wrong. Good mouse. There we go. Stupid switching signs. So direction of travel is this way. And you cannot see this sign. And you would not be on this side of the track, so no, you cannot turn left. Unless you're backing up, I suppose. Okay. So we can return back to the hub going on the first interchange, or if we're not returning to the hub, it can go down to the other end of the map. That was a good aim right there. Yeah, maybe I can see those lines better if, no, that's kind of just as faded. Oops. I can see them, but not spectacularly. Hard to see the edges of the blocks from such a distance where I don't have hover power. Oop. Look at that. There's our beautiful power station. All right, let's get some more. Is that the 2 oil? That is the 2 oil. That's the 2 oil patches there. That's nice. All right, let me see. On the old map, that's exactly where I built my power station. And that's how I got 1,200 cubic meters a minute out of the 2 oil patches. All right, let's see if there's any, with oil, you would need coal. The dark fog. Why is that, zombie? There's coal right there. That's, I bet you that's where I was pulling it from. Damn, hang on a second. Oh, you're in DSP. There's new toys. There's new toys.
There's been lots of updates. There's probably new toys and a lot of different things.
Ah, okay, yeah. I was gonna say, I don't even know when I last played, DSP. Oh my God, look at all the oil here. There's way more than there was last time. There was just these ones over here, so now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Normal, pure, normal, normal, pure, here. Oh my God, look at that. I could swear that looks like oil over there. I guess that's water. This is definitely oil. That's definitely oil. That's oil. Wow. Crazy amount of oil these days. I'm thinking I'm not going to be able to color these. No. Wow. I know, right? But on my old map, it's a little different because that used to be an oil patch. That's changed. So these two were kind of in line with each other, and I just ran a pipe straight out there and a pipe straight out there. Combined them on a T right in the middle, and that's where I built the power station. All that. The other thing is, now we know where the coal is at. Where's the sulfur? Pretty sure the sulfur was up on one of these ridges right here. Oh, where's that? Wow, yeah, see the sulfur moved way far away. There, and there. Yeah, there's no sulfur nearby now. But we don't necessarily need that for oil production. Oil-based diamonds is going to be a thing. It's not going to show me, but it's basically crude oil into diamonds using some machine. Yeah, we had a use for petroleum coke before. Can't remember where it was. Accelerators, yeah. Oh, accelerators is what does that? Okay. Sulfur is a long way away, but that's one of those things we can put on a train, too. To get our turbo fuel. However, we can always use the alternative and just do compacted coal, but it's only at 30 a minute instead of 45. But that's not usually a problem when you've got all of this oil. How many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 oil seeps, all in close proximity. That's crazy. Yeah. We got options. Definitely have options. Ah. I think that playlist is going to go bye-bye. Too much of it's going to ruin my stream rating or classification. Yeah, so we should be a long... Yeah, we are. We're a long way away from the edge of the map. Alright, I'm not going to build the distribution center directly over all those oil seeps. So let's get it out over the water with a nice, large, uninterfered area to build. Alright, I think that is... I think that's the edge of the map, I'm not sure. Wow. Oh, right. That's right, because that's not locked to the grid. Never mind. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at. Okay. Now, I know we're going to need a pretty solid footprint for this. So we're going to start out with 10 by 10. I wish it had details. Maybe it does. When you hover over it, maybe? Info. Yeah, there's no info on it. Right. The description is the info. So this is, in fact, oh, it's a 12 by 12. Or 12 by 10. Nope, it's 12 by 12. Okay, so let's do that. Let's just get that info in so I don't have to keep asking myself, how big is it? Big, yes. Big concrete floor. Big, bigger, biggest. All right, so the rail system can come in this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There it is, 12 by 12 concrete in the info. Fabulous. No overlappy, please. And it is not. That's perfect. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that'll be the start. We can expand it if need be. Get the edge, get the edge. Seriously? Oh. Yeah. It does use up a bit of concrete.
Good thing concrete's easy to make.
Yes. Big bada boom. Yeah, pretty much. And the upload speed's nice and decent, so Hunter's upgraded speeds and quantity that we can hold on that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is uploading pretty quick. We haven't topped up the, I mean, we haven't reached the top of the upload speed yet, or even the quantity, I think. But it does absolutely the trick right here. So, I mean, it didn't take long at all to get 1,000 in there. It was, what, a minute? It's pretty quick. Too bad we can't see that on the map. We can't see foundation. Unfortunately. Oh, we're at max speed and capacity? Okay, cool. I wasn't sure last time I checked, we were like 1 or something away from it, but that's awesome. All right, we're about 12 minutes, 13 minutes from a break, but old man Bladder can't hold it, so I'll be right back. Hang in there. All right, sorry about that. All right, so if we're going to think about quantity of distribution, there's going to be several factories requiring the same ingredients. So, oh, check out this. Wow. Wow. That is an awesome night scene right there. That is wow. Coffee Stain does not fail to impress. I mean, the rainbow is cool. The Aurora Borealis is cool. Look at this nighttime. Unbelievable. Of course, that was at moonrise. So now that it's getting higher in the sky, it's changing. But that was such a cool moonrise. Can't call that Saturn because we don't actually know what planet we're on. Wow. A lot of activity up there. I would have taken fixed scanner, but at least it looks good. Speaking of scanning, we're still looking for... I think we're looking for the stitched reinforced plates. I'm not sure. We are looking for there's bolted iron plate. That's only 15 a minute though. Adhered iron plate? No, that's got rubber. I think it was a stitched iron plate that we're looking for. Stitched reinforced plate. It hasn't shown up yet. Which means it's not going to be in our... it's not going to be in our alternatives. There it is, stitched iron plate. Ha! We've got it already. Is that the one we wanted? 5.6 per minute? Oh, no, it was the bolted iron plate we wanted. And we've got it. Yes. Oh my God. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Bolted iron plate. It's been sitting there since the second unlock. Holy smokes. All right, what was the other one? So the plates, frames. Oops. Was it frames we were looking for? The modular frame. Two, three, five, and it was the bolted. The bolted is 5 per minute, which again is reinforced and screws. And this is why our screw factory is going to be so big, because screws are used in a lot of recipes. And that's why we wanted the maximum output for manufacturing screws, which I think is from steel rods. I can't recall at the moment. So bolted frame is in our choices. Yes. Sweet as. I'm listening. Because trains are too slow. Shipping one beam versus 52 screws. What? Hang on. So a stack of screws is more than 52. They're 500. Well, what I was doing was delivering in my old save, was delivering screws via drone. And I had, for the factories that required a lot of screws, which wasn't tremendous, but it wasn't small time. I had 4 or 5 drones delivering, and that was across the map, and that was pretty decent throughput. But like I say, they're stacks of 500, so but I see what you're saying as far as delivering beams, because one beam makes 52 screws. But we're going to have a factory that's well, let me have a think thunk on that. Let me have a think on that. A trainload of beams. But see, that's going to be a factory for screws at every single factory location that needs screws. Yeah, belts and lifts won't. That's right. Even for tier 5 belts. But I think we've got tier 6 belts also. Yeah, belt-wise, I would never try and deliver screws on belts. Especially across the map or even in the same vicinity. I think we have tier 6 belts in phase 5. Or in phase 4, I think. Dang, I can't remember now. Hold on a second. Let me go to conveyor. Tier 6 belts are 1,200 per minute. Yeah, the next phase. Crazy. Unlocked in tier 9, peak efficiency. Woo-wee! What was the other thing? So, rods, plates, reinforced plates, frames, screws. Yep, aluminum casings come from raw ingots. That's one. So that's a basic. Oh shoot, we got ads. Okay, quick stretch for everybody. Hydrate, bio break, whatever you need. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out during the ad break, which happens only once an hour, which we will only have one more in the rest of the stream. Okay, so
Welcome back.
thank you very much.
I realized after you went on break, I was muted, and that's why you didn't hear the warning that ads were coming up in a minute.
Oh, no worries. Thanks for that. I actually glanced at it at the right time this time. Okay, so we are actually going to need quite a bit of aluminum casing, so I believe that goes into batteries, radio control units, heat sinks. So we are going to need a, we're going to be using our alternative recipe for aluminum casings. So we'll need to set up that aluminum factory. Also, let's put, I also want to see what it's going to need in an assembler as well. We are going to need the Alumaclad. So we'll want to look for, there's our stitched. Which we're not going to use, actually. Because that is every 32 seconds. This one is every 12 seconds. Yeah, we're going to be using our bolted iron plate. And our bolted frame. Alumaclad. And we may might search up, I think, some alternate recipes for the industrial parts for sure. I think all four of them are going to be way better alternates. Okay. That takes biocoal. Oh no, that's one or the other. This one is 112 per minute. Okay, our alternates for... We've got no alternates to unlock for aluminum. Oh, maybe. Oh no, this is a used in. We've got no alternates for Alumaclad, or Allclad. That sucks. Where's our aluminum casing? There it is. Yeah, 60 a minute versus 112. So we are going to look for the all-clad casing alternate. And I believe we are... Is this the recipe we're using for our aluminum? Oh, Hunter's not back yet. We do have the aluminum rod. No, we're using the aluminum... Oh no, we're doing aluminum beam, but we are going to use the aluminum rod. And we are going to do the all-clad casing here. There's one more to unlock, a mystery to unlock in the aluminum ingot. I wonder what that one is. Aluminum ingot, that's the used in. I'm reckoning that's going to be either nuclear or some super advanced stuff. So we're only going to get heat sink and that's the classic battery, but there's an alt. Let's see if I can see what the alt is for the battery. The hell? Sounded almost like an air siren. It's just heavy equipment across the street. Oh, the classic battery is an alt, and then there is oh, they're not showing another alt. The wiki's actually not showing what this one is. So I guess the wiki hasn't been updated.
You heard those sirens, right?
That wasn't the siren, that was the heavy equipment across the street.
Oh, I thought the nuclear war was starting.
I know, right? He was in reverse, and that's what the,
I was like, raining.
let's see if we can find... Nope, all-clad does, according to the wiki, the all-clad does not have an alternate recipe. It's just straight up 30 a minute, and that's it. Huh. Wonder what this one is. Used in something. Hazmat suit, heat sink, hover pack, superposition oscillator. That's a standard recipe. The classic battery, which is an alt. Yep, it doesn't mention another alt. So it's just not, this is not an alt. This is going to be a regular recipe, which is either going to be a resource well pressurizer, nuclear power plant, or superposition oscillator. I'll bet it's the superposition oscillator, which is producing the quantum encoder. That's what that's got to be. Okay. There are going to be some alts for these. There's an alt steel rotor. That's 5 per minute. That's only 3 per minute. Way less than the bolted frame. That's the one that takes the casings. So we do want that one. There's no higher output than that one.
Well, grocery shopping just took all the energy out of me. I'm gonna hop off and go read and get to bed early tonight.
All right. Thanks for the redeem and the support. And
Of course.
hope you have a
And
good rest when you get there.
thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thought we were doing this one already. Encased industrial pipe. It's a beam, though. Thank you for the alert, Bandit. Encased. Is called encased industrial pipe. There's no more to unlock. But that's only 4 per minute versus 6 per minute. Production rate is slower with a higher input ingredient ratio. So 11 items here and 9 items here. I don't like that alternate at all. All right, we won't be using that alternate recipe, that's for sure. Cheap silica. Bandit, Hunter, are you back yet? Yeah, okay. We're doing silica, right? Do you know which recipe we're using? It's not the alternate cheap silica, right? We're using the alumina. We're using the alumina solution for the silica, right? No, I'm not talking about for aluminum. I'm just talking about, are we making silica and how are we doing it? Because I know there's like over 1,000 silica in the we've got the normal. That's 120 per minute. Oh, this is it right here. There's one more recipe to unlock for making it. But it's just a matter of, I'm just kind of curious how we are making it right now. There's distilled silica made in a blender, but that's a complicated recipe that's uncontrollable. I do like the cheap silica because it's quartz and limestone straight in at 52 a minute. No byproduct. No complicated recipe. There is recipes that we'll be using silica in, which is circuit boards, which is the copper plus silica, high-speed connectors, and the uranium stuff, which I'm not going to worry about because I'm going to try and avoid our uranium at the moment. Yeah, I think we're going to do the cheap. We're going to unlock the cheap. Plus we're going to, well, I'm going to be building structures that use glass quite a bit, so we are going to want the silica available, but mostly for the production of the other things. Hang on. The interactive map? Let's see. The satisfactory calculator should show us where our HDs are. Yeah. Hang on a second. Yeah, the satisfactory calculator will, so let me just do a save real quick. So we can use that. Yeah, that's right. Hang on a second. Let me find the button to upload. And that should be under, is that factory game? Satisfactory is called factory game, right? Yes. Okay. And it should be, we are doing sort by date. Yep, the nowhere save. I believe that's it. Bear with me. Yes, this is it. All right, so oh, I love the heat map. Those are SAMORs on the heat map. What do we want? Let's turn off, or let's there we go. Boy, they're not very bright, are they? Let's turn off the other ones. No, that's not it. We don't need those. Those are off. Those are off. We'll leave the structures on. We can turn those off so we can declutter that. Resource nodes. Yep, let's turn these off. Which ones are on? Oh, map markers is what we want. Where's our map markers? Can't I turn off our map markers? Come on. Player information. Hub space elevator. Structures, buildings, power grid, transportation. Caves, roads, rocks, flowers, pillars, borders, spawn locations. Toggle purities. All right, well, where are you wanting to look at, Hunter? Any particular area? Or all of them? Where are you at? That's me. Just show all HCs that are left. Yeah. Oh, there you are over there. Oh, okay. Some of them are ghosted. All right, those are dismantled. The bright ones are still what's left. All right, so there's one. There's one north of you. There's a crate here, but I think... So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 to your north-northwest. There's one to your west. And a little, east. And then one a little bit to your southeast. The other ones are to your north and northeast. One that's almost due east of you. Why did that move? Go back up. Can I get this in full screen here? Yep. There we go. The markers, or the icons, shrink the further we zoom in. But there's one here. One here. One here. One here. One here. Do you want to take a screenshot so that you can see what's in that area while we're playing? And you can tell me to either zoom in or zoom out to accommodate that. I know they are, aren't they? These red things are just Sam Orr blooms, but this bright icon is a not collected icon, or is a not collected hard drive. This one, the drop pod was dismantled, so it's ghosted and collected. So you're looking just for these. So this one, this one, this one, which it's hard to see because it's, you saved a screenshot? Okay, cool. So when you run out of the ones collected on your screenshot, just let me know. We'll open this back up to a new area for you to explore. I reckon that would work the easiest way, and then just screenshot it. It's a shame that the icons shrink down when you zoom in. I wonder if there's a large icon option. Is there a large icon option? Hotbars, company, map options. We've got everything on show. But there are no options for larger or smaller icons. Okay. That's all right. Just when you're ready for a new map section, let me know. In the meantime, design of the distribution center. All right, so what we've got is mass storage in two different sizes, the 6 or the 4, and I think even this is going to be too much for a single item, because that's 12 storage boxes. I think even 6 storage boxes for a single item might be too much. I'm not sure. So even if I cut that in half, This is the input, and see, this is the bad design. So this is the input of the first box. The input of the first box goes to the output side and immediately into the second set, which shouldn't be there because once it goes in, it should go up, not across. And that's where the design is bad. It goes up. Yeah, see, that's an output right there. And that's an input. So that whole lift is wrong because it should be over on this side, coming out here at the top, not the bottom, and going up into the next box. And then it comes out the top and goes into the next box, and then outputs over to the input at the top of this one and starts coming down. So this, I don't even know how this was working at all. Unless, I don't know. I don't even know how this was working in my old save at all, because 2 boxes are completely empty. And we've got 2 inputs, one from a belt coming in. I wonder... I wonder if the input is at the top in my old save. Because if it goes in, comes out and down, that's what it is. And then it comes out and down, and then goes over to the next row. That's what it is. My input's at the top of the box. Ah, the reason for that is because there's a floor just above it and trains are bringing it over. That's the input. That's why this works in the old save. Good thing I didn't modify it. All right, so that means the 6x3 is working for the ground floor, but that is way too much storage. That is way too much storage for a distribution center for a single item. That's 18 large storages. Six might be too much. 4 boxes might be enough. There's 4,800 items that can fit in the storage. That's 9,600 items just for 2 boxes. Maybe a 2x4? So that'd be 19,200. $19,200 seems reasonable. I sure would like to have power up here. It's gonna make it a whole lot easier to design and modify blueprints. Oh, and it's raining, so I can't see what's what. Yep, see, I missed that one. Missed that one also. Alright, so just so we got some power, I'm going to place a train station connected to... Yep, of course. Alright, we'll just put a train station right there. And we will bring temporary power over. All right, now modify. Let's just load up that segment right there. One, two, three, four. 48 times 4, 19,200. That should be sufficient. So let's do this. Take the top row off. That's a 1x2. Take those off. Take those off. Now, oops. I guess I need one over here. Okay, input. That way that can auto connect. All right, coming out. Then, oh, that's only a 4. That's wrong. Come in, go up. Switch over from there to there. And then, of course, down from there into there. And then our output do I want that output? We're not going to have input to the distribution center on the same side. It is going to go to the outside, or opposite side. And we're not going to send it to a floor above. I mean, we could go to the floor above for output to keep it space conscious. Go in at the bottom, out to the top, and it has to come over here, and then down to fill that box. We are out one segment for a belt. What if I put... No, don't do any of that. Don't connect it. Don't connect anywhere. Alright, if we don't connect anywhere, we can do... stackable pole. To there. Then we can put an output belt to there. And then we can take... It's gonna clip going up. Maybe? Not really. It sticks out quite a ways past there. So if that's a wall, that's going to be clipping into a wall. I could slide it all back. Can I slide it back? Yep, I can slide it back. All right, double check. Yeah, the floor above is going to be deck clips. All right, that's going to be our ceiling or our floor above, which makes that elevator 1 or 2 clicks too short anyway. So let's take that and go right there. We can include a floor segment above for alignment, I reckon. Yep, because that is on the edge. That one we won't include. Oops. Yep, we won't include that just yet, because we're just going to save this and slide it. Yep, that'll work. This is going to be a 2x4. Actually, it's a 2x2. That's not right. Yeah, 4 times 8 is 32. 19,200. Yep, okay. All right, now the way we are going to do this is we're going to load it. And we're also going to put it at the corner so that when we load it up, it's easy to place it. I don't know if the center is right or the corner is right. That's inside the boundary, but it's not. There we go. Inside a wall. Oh. Even though that's on the edge. Interesting. So the conveyor, because of the conveyor stand support, so we cannot have the conveyor stand. If we remove that, then we can nudge it. And let's just double check the wall. Yeah, see, the wall is right on the line, and that's still... So one more click to the right, which will be that marker right there. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. There we go. Now it fits. And that won't interfere with a wall. Perfect. Perfect. All right, now a single tile in the corner. Which I can't put here yet, so we're gonna grab the wall first. Single wall in the corner, I mean single tile in the corner. We can also include a wall hole, I mean a floor hole. Yeah. We don't want to include a second. We won't include a second one because if we do and then we spam it out, it's going to overlap. Now we don't need these. That doesn't look connected, but I hope it is. Input, switch over, output, up to the top. Now we should be able to spam that in all directions without any interference. And then we just fill in concrete and that's it. Okay. So this is mass storage. 2x2. That's the one. Okay. Oh, we got an ad coming up here shortly. Excellent. All right, so let's say we, this should line up, so the white border. Whoop, Oh. Now we should be able to snap that. It's not going to snap. Why doesn't that snap? It's going to take one shift. Oh, it's not on the edge, that's why. Yeah, it is. Right on the edge. Sweet. So now, if we want to expand it, we remove that one. Oh. Oh, the boxes don't. That's interesting. Look at that. That sucks. So the currently placed one doesn't align. I gotta have to watch that. Oh, we're on an ad break. Alright, we'll be right back. Hang in there. Okay. We are back, and welcome back, everybody. That was the last break of the stream that you'll see. Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Welcome back to you as well. Right, so keeping in mind direction of travel on our trains, they're on the right-hand side. So we are going to want to offload to the right, not to the left. That sucks. Or I could just have a single turn to the right and have one lane of traffic. So there's the input. One lane that will split into several train stations out this direction, which will offload straight into the distribution center. And then they can simply loop around not to the right, not to the north, but they can loop, so they can offload and exit and rejoin going back. Okay, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. Yep, that'll work. Now, I'm pretty sure I have a 5x5. Oh, yep. Okay. Five by five. That, of course, is a train station. Yep. Let's do it from this side because we want, let's turn that off. We want 1, 2, 3. So the edges go in there. One, 2, 3. The edge is 2.5 blocks. So 1, 2.5. This is the beginning. So this comes in. One, 2, 3, and then 1, 2.5. That should be it right there. That's going to be that's going to be too short. Whoa, hold on. Yeah, that's right. Oh. What's going on here? Oh, it didn't snap to anything. That's why. And it will be coming in from this section anyway. So we will need from here. That'll snap to the end of the station. 1, 2, 3. And there's where it will snap at. Yeah. Now it's only going to need a single loading dock. Oh, I didn't need that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't need that. So that's pretty bad when there are two people on an advertisement for the steam machine, and I can't tell if they're male or female or other. Oh my god, that's horrible, zombie. I haven't seen an ad for the steam machine yet. Alright, that's the wrong one. We want unloading to the right. There we go. Why is that, oh. I wonder why that's showing as clipping. That's interesting, but it is auto-linked. The Oompa Loompa song? I want to Oompa want to now. Funny as. Alright, are we going to surface unload? We should be able to surface unload on the very first one. Can it be as close as that? Is that going to be okay? I mean, a wall can go between, a wall hole can go in. Do we want to start right there? Yeah, I gotta feel it too, Zombie, in order to really enjoy it. We may want to just back that up to a one tile or one foundation, just because we don't know what's gonna show up in the end. All right, let's do that. We certainly can. So basically, it's that right there. So it's just a matter of adding one more. So when it starts inputting, it automatically goes through to the last box. But the bottleneck is going to be, even if we did this, the bottleneck is going to be going up and down. I mean, I could overlap them. It would look kind of silly, though. You know what I mean? It's going to overlap no matter what you do. We could do that. We certainly can do that. It's only going to have a single output anyway, but that's just to fill up the containers. Well, it's going to be moving the product, so if we're going to have double output to empty the train, right, so offload as fast as possible. Yeah, you know what? Because it's only going to fill up I mean, it's only going to fill up as fast as the belt coming in. So the thing is the first box will fill up fast because of the double offload speed. But then if you only have a single belt going to the rest of them, it then slows down getting transferred to the final box. You see what I'm saying? So you could literally fill up this box with offload speed, and then the offload speed cuts in half while the first box is still waiting to unload to the second, third, and fourth box. You see what I'm saying? So if you don't have it consistent all the way down, at some point when the first box or the second box or the third box, no, as soon as it goes from the first box to the second box, it cuts in half. Unless you have both sets of ports connected all the way. Yeah, we don't want it to bottleneck. So if we double offload, we got a double transfer. If we single offload, then single is fine. Okay, now. This is probably going to be removed quite a ways back. Can I zoop these? Nope, can't zoop them. I knew what I was using that for. Well, that didn't work out so well. It should have. Yep, that is correct. One of these I got in the wrong spot. No, they're lined up. That's exactly the way they're supposed to. Interesting. It's a shame I don't have a 3x3. Or a 3x10. No, Hunter, that's impossible. You said you didn't need expansion slots. You shouldn't have a full inventory. Good thing we expanded twice, hey? Stuff to pick up and disassembling all the dead. Yeah. Thank goodness you have all of that room. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4. So we are, hold on, counting this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so counting this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no connection. And I can't put it underneath. I bet I cannot nudge either. No. Well, I don't want to lose power while I'm building, I'm just gonna put this up for while I'm building. Because we're gonna lose power no matter what. Yep, you can do that. No worries. Shoot, we're gonna lose our power no matter what. Yep. But it won't be too bad. Okay, so let's do this. Are we on the edge of a tile? Yes, we are. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that right? That looks right. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's too far. That's not right. It needs to come to right there. That looks right. I don't see one bent out of shape. Well, the curves all match. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, connect. 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 And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, connect. Oof. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, connect. 1, 2, 3, well, 3, 4, 5, and connect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and connect. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and oh, that comes out at the right perfect spot. How about that? Because train stations are all 5 by 5. So it's just automatic. Perfect. All right, so we can still remove this one segment so that we can have an exit. So the exit is going to mimic the entrance. Now, since I have room to expand laterally in all 4 points of the cardinal directions, once the distribution center starts to become filled up with the items, we will be able to go up one. And I also need to future-proof that. Because even though we have enough clearance on the storage cabinets, that's not quite going to be tall enough for the train stations. If I want them to... Oh, hang on, it might. It looks like it might. That should be okay. No, because if we put in another layer of train stations up here, that's too much. Yeah, that's too much clipping. But we're not going to change that, because what I can do it clips, but it covers. So even if I bring a second row of train stations in, it's just a matter of a single step to bring the belt down to get it loaded up. Okay. That should be fine. I think I see a problem. Maybe. Yep, that's going to be an overlap.
Milestone
Yay,
reached.
drones done.
Provide automated low-capacity aerial transport between drone stations. Stations need to be supplied with any kind of fuel for the drones to function. Fixit had several restrictions in place prohibiting creative use of drones. I have since removed those because I think no pioneer would ever misuse Fixit property right under their noses. Especially since everything is recorded.
Oh my god, that is gonna clip. I didn't think about the space we're gonna need for the lifts on the opposite side, damn it. And let's say we did every other one. We can do that. We can do a half tile because we have half tile foundations. Yeah, I know, but the bellows kinds of looks cool to me. I like seeing the bellows for some reason. Also because it helps me know if it's actually connected or not, because the bellows actually have, I don't know if you've seen it before, yep, that's in the right spot. The bellows actually have this. This is a not connected configuration of the bellows. They're kind of squished together, the accordion style fairly compact. The this one to me tells me it's not connected because the bellows is squished together. But that's because of a blueprint. But do you see how compact these ribs are on the bellows? Hang on. Versus one that is connected, they're spread out further. That's how I tell if a conveyor's actually connected or not. These do not look connected, so I would reckon... I don't know why that didn't connect, though. Oh, you know why? Because the bellows connected to the damn support, not to the... Yep. All right, let's make an adjustment before we put too many of these down, because that'll suck. That's not connected, but the other ones are. See, that's not connected to anything, and it's squished. Those are connected, and they're stretched out. So that's why I like to see the bellows. That son of a gun is not connected to the belt. It's because I had that support in there from before. Ah, now you can see the bellows changed shape, but it is now connected. Actually, that bellows didn't change shape, so that's kind of a... But that is two belt segments now, not one. And there's no way to check this because you can't put items in... because they don't move on the belts in a blueprinter. So you cannot actually check the operation of anything in a blueprinter, which is stupid. You know what I could do? I can't move this over. Yes, I can. First, let's save this. So it needs to move half a tile. So if that moves to the right half a tile, then that's not going to line up. It's not going to line up no matter what. It's either going to have a full tile spacing or I'm going to have to add half a tile. You know what? It's not hard to add half a tile. Whole tile would stick out that far. That's too much space. That's right there. Yeah, that's just too much space. Yeah, whereas a half a tile. Now when it comes time to place a 2x2, make sure it's facing the right direction. And then just simply, boom, we're lined up. And we've got spacing. Perfect. Did that exactly the same way as I did the other one. That's what I want anyway. However, these are going to want to be side by side if they expand. So we don't want this row. And we actually don't want that row either because that will overlap. That's fine because this one is on the edge of the grid, and that is on the edge of the grid. It's just that they won't apply for expanding the storage. We will keep the one corner piece for, we'll keep the one corner piece and the spacing piece. That is perfectly aligned to the edge of the grid. All right, so for our second item, it should line up. So that is half. Sure does. Oh my God, like it was meant to. And now I don't even need a half block. I only need a single half block just for the very beginning one. Amazing. All right, so we've got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 stations right there. So as far as our distribution center goes, we could do 10 stations, so 2 rows of 5. Two rows of 5 sounds good, doesn't it? I do 2 rows of 5. You know what? I'm not going to need to expand these because we've already got 19,200 items in storage for each item we manufacture. I don't know of a single recipe where we're going to need 19,200 input ratio. You know what I mean? I mean, what's our highest? 480 a minute? That takes 10 minutes. Oh, that takes 10 minutes to empty one storage container, which holds 4,800. I got an appointment in 10 minutes, damn it. I'm really sorry, guys. We're not going to be able to do a raid real quick. Oh, what I'll do is I'll raid you out. Yeah, unless you do 100 times those, that's right. Let's do a save right here real quick. Let me give you some rating tools. And let me raid you out. Thanks to everybody for coming along. Thanks, Hunter, for your support as always. Thanks for Bandit. Good to see everybody that came in. Let's head on over to our outro. We're just going to skip all of the other stuffs that we normally do. And for subscribers, your icons look like this. All right, we got to do a raid and run on somebody, which I hate to do, but thanks to Dragon, Mr. Hunter, Zombie, Mass Bandit, Mr. Tibbs, and all those that came by to view, whether you're chatted or not, does not matter. Ooh, Nether Clouds, and Taco. Look at all the people playing Satisfactory. And BL Andrew. Let's give, we're going to share some love to somebody in our community that's got a pretty low viewer count, so we're going to go do that. I got 10 minutes to scooch and get gone. Oh my God! Cancel! We're raiding out anyway, so, Mr. Sour Haggis. Oh, sorry everybody. We're heading there now. Have a good rest of your day. Cheers!